Okay, excuse me, I think we are ready to go completely live. Hello, Kimberla, how are you doing? I'm just getting everything all prepped and sorted here. Let me just turn the music down a little bit. There we go. Alright, now I just need to get my boring YouTube settings up on the left. And then once that's done, we are ready to go. Alright, let's see. Where do we need to go? We need to go here. So I hope everyone's having a good morning so far. So I've been awake now for about half an hour. Ooh. 20 past 2 in the morning. Go to bed. What the hell are you doing up? Let's see. That one. That one. Here we are. Okay, and now I just need... Alright, I think this is everything I need to do for now. Oh! Fair enough. That makes sense. Are you, English, whereabouts are you a police officer? Are you a police officer in the US? Are you a police officer in the UK? Right, there we go. That's... I've actually had a couple of police officers on my channel. That's been quite weird. Right, there we go. Alright, let's get into this. Alright, so we need to... When my Wacom tablet's not being weird. There we go. Right, we need to start working on this frame I was working on yesterday, which is up here in the top left. Oh, Texas! oh, Texas police officer. Oh, that must be fun. Oh, you must have some real rough nights. So how long you been a police officer for then? See, I want to have this as a corrections officer. I'm just trying to think how I can get his pose in. I could imagine. Well, thank you for popping in. Are you now on... so in the UK, the way I think, if I remember, the way most police officers work in the UK, it's like 4 days on, 4 days off. Are you doing another shift later in the day, or are you done for a few days? Wow, you've been doing it a while then. Let's see. I want this to be a shirt more than anything. Like something like this. It's going to separate it from the inmate's jumpsuits, which you can't really get too much of detail from, because I say this is a longer shot, so details are much smaller, but if I can at least signal this looks like a corrections officer. I've just woken up, I'm sorry. So I'm a little bit mouth slurry at the moment. To be honest, most of my viewership actually comes from the US. So when I live stream, 'cause it's currently, as say, 8:30 in the morning, and as you said for yourself, it's 2:20. So there's kind of an awkward balance there. But a few people turn up during the stream. Just a nice way to chill, really. And also for me to show everyone that I am working. I'm not just sitting on my ass. Let's see. There we are. Just gonna do that one. No face video. I would definitely break YouTube with that. Yeah, no, so I'm not something I'm interested in, unfortunately. I've had a few people ask, it's like, nah. Let's see, I want to put this arm a little bit back. So, being an officer of the law, what is the strangest crime you've ever had to be a witness of? Now arm needs to go back, otherwise it's going to look really funky. Oh, that's the wrong brush. I love it when my music's done. I need to get my music license back so I can actually let my music play, not having to worry about it. Ooh, nice. Was that RTC or break-in gone wrong? Excuse me. Will he do? Oh. So I'm gonna put that hand further back, and that should actually do. Car accident, yeah. Nice. That's it's never good. That is never good. Unfortunately, the one you always classically see is the person who's drunk driving survive in situations like that. I don't know if that's what happened with this case, but in normal situations like that, it's the person who was drink driving survive when the person they hit, you know, gets completely wiped out, and it's just, it makes no sense. It's just like, really? Something like that. That'll do. I'll probably make his foot a little bit smaller, and that should do. Oh, I can imagine 100% it creates PTSD. I need that. There. So how did you come across my lovely channel in all of its weirdness? Excuse me. I know you're a subscriber. I'm asking how did you find it? I've got a bloody powerful memory, so when it comes to like names for subs, it's something I can easily remember. Just when it comes to, you know, real life things, I'm completely useless. Oh, yeah, I've seen that come up before. I had no idea he had a thing called Beyond the Dark, and then, yeah. By the time I realised, I thought, I ain't changing the title. It's mine, I'm gonna make it my own. It just sounds cool. No, I remember, I think it was a little while back, I actually got someone do like a weird reply video, or whether it is, or they mentioned me in their video, but they actually meant to mention Exploring with Josh's version of Beyond the Dark. And it was like, you got the wrong one, mate. Alright. Right, I'll make this one my own. So you need to make these a bit chunkier, I think. Yeah. So what's your plan for the rest of the night? Got a call? Ooh, fun. See you later. Be safe. Alright, let's see. Alright, I think that will work for the door. So I don't really need to add that much many more details for this shot. I think I might do this actually, and then do this. Okay. Okay, so we've got just the table to do. Put in the final bars on this cell at the very far right. I might end up putting a few more actors on the second gangway. Because obviously it's supposed to be a prison and it looks a little bit sparse, but we'll have to see. And obviously we're leading to that frame. Then we go back to them investigating Mark. Him eventually being interviewed. And then him... Oh, excuse me, I'll go up. Oh, there we go. Then eventually him being escorted out of the prison, out of booking, and then him being taken to the Kentucky forest. Alright. So I'm just thinking. The last few frames I have to do are probably going to be the harder ones, to be totally honest. Because I'm not quite sure how I'm going to go from getting Mark from the prison to then get into the forest in a more fluid way. I guess for now we'll just finish the other shot. Right. Excuse me. Very coffee this morning. Hope I'm not coming down with something. Right. Let's see. I'm just gonna sort myself out here quickly. There we go. Alright, let's see. I won't lie, I absolutely hate drawing prison bars. They're a bloody nightmare. Sure, there is an easier way to do it, but I've yet to learn it. Alright, just gonna cut through there, cut through here. Alright, do I do this bit first or do this bit first? I think I'll finish the gangway off first before we move on. I'm actually going to try and be a little bit sneaky here and make this a little bit of an abstract piece here. Alright, so we need to go like that, like that. No, there we go. And then we need the middle bar, don't we? Okay, and then do that. No, wrong one. Do that. And do that. And do that. Alright, let's get the new inmate in. Might need to sketch this guy in. Alright, where's the... There it is. Alright, I need to sketch this one. Alright, where do we put him? I think here. Say his shoulder's going to be like this. Something along the lines of this, I think. Okay, something like that. Something like this. I think that will do for a low detail long distance shot. Okay. Alright, to be honest, I think that frame is actually done. Alright, let's see. Where's this one? There it is. Start rough sketching this out then. Okay, it's all about getting this part looking as much like an office as I can. I don't want to go too overboard with the details, otherwise I'll be here until next week, which is always fun. I think I've got a decent little thing here, so I'm going to do is I'm just going to add in some black lines. Oh, actually that might be a good thing to do. I might add in an extension cord down here. Something like that. And then if we go boom, boom. There we go. Excuse me. I think a monitor here might be a good one. Yeah, that's definitely looking better. So I think what we want to do now is maybe just add in a few little bits on the table. Say like a coffee cup. What else? Maybe something for like pencils and whatever else. There may be a piece of paper underneath. Okay, I think that's looking fine. And if I just add in like a keyboard shape at the back, and then there we go. Okay. I do want to sort out Mark's face a bit here because it's a little caveman-y, so I'm just going to adjust this. Need to actually pull his features, I think, in a little bit. Yeah, let's get rid of his entire face. I'm going to redo that because that didn't come out very well. Alright, let's see. Probably about here. And then I say about here. Okay, I made them features a little bit too small, which always happens. Let's see if we can make that a bit bigger. There we go. Fortunately, it does blur them a little bit because this doesn't work with vectors, I think it's called. That's alright. Say about here, I think, and then something like this. That's better. That's a lot better. Just need to give his hair a little bit more oomph though, otherwise he's gonna have no back of a head, and I might thin his neck out just a little bit. Oh, where's Mike? There it is. Okay, I think that'll do. Do I have any... no, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to get rid of that. There we go. For now, start adding in just a few more details on the blinds, and then I can add in a few posters and whatever else on the walls. If I use this one, if I change that one's color, it'll be a nice framing device for our detective's head. Alright, now we're going to have some form of wooden paneling here. Whereabouts do I want it to start and end? Okay. Let's just do these details here while I'm here. I'm going to be pretty loose with the details on certain elements, because if I make them too perfect, it never feels quite right. Okay. 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 Probably just got to add in a few small long distance details on the far left. And a couple of little indicators for the filing cabinets here. I do just want to adjust the top part of this here because I'm not very happy with it. Okay. Just gonna thicken these lines here. I'm gonna do oh, not done double. I'll add a new layer. So I want to add in a indication that there is a chair here. And we also want to show that there is a bottom of the wall, which will be about there. Okay. This frame is actually nearly done. I just need to add in a few background details on this section. One thing I'm going to do. Let's do this. Alright, let's see. No, let's just put some silhouettes of people here. That was really weird. Why did I do it that way? Let's try that one again, shall we? Let's actually put that in. No, I'm working with. Okay. Now, So I'm just going to turn this into a notice board in the background. And by notice board, I'm just going to fill it with little squares. Now I want to put in a low detail desk here going in the other direction. Okay, and then if I put a few more silhouette type people there, and maybe something else on the walls, that should mean that back section is done. And then that'll be another frame complete. One thing I'm going to do though, I'm just going to add in a little bit of texture on the bottom. What's gonna thicken out the lines here? Now let's just quickly mirror that image. I think that's fine though. Yeah, it's looking alright. I mean, his face is still a little bit meh. It's mainly his hair, I think, that's coming off wrong. I think it might be his hair and his neck. So if I bring his neck in and I do this instead. That's coming out really awkward there. I don't want it to be, well, I don't want it to be, it doesn't need to be perfect, but as long as it doesn't look too odd. There we go. There we go, that's better. Needed to need to pull that in, and then need to add a little bit there, and then something like that. That's better. Still could do a little bit of work, but that is fine as is for now. Right. So a few more silhouette people in the background. And maybe, I don't know, some low detail filing cabinets and a few things on the wall, and then this shot is done. It's getting into these shots up here, which will be a little bit trickier. Oh, that's better. Oh, okay. But I do hope everyone is doing well. So I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute breather while I think this all through. But I am liking how these pieces are going. So I would go back and fix this guy's head a little bit because it's a little bit off. I'm actually quite happy with how Mark came out here. I thought he came out pretty well. Quite like this indication of his cheekbone. Here he kind of looks like the lead singer of what was it? Oh, who's the band who done Chop Suey? I want to say System of a Down, but I don't think that's right. Is it System of a Down that done Chop? I'm gonna have to look that up. That's gonna annoy me otherwise. Let's see, Chop Suey. Of course, straight away food. Song. Oh, what System of a Down? I've got a decent memory of that. Yeah, so yeah, he reminds me of the lead singer of System of a Down from that shot. I think it's because I gave him curly hair instead of this really weird straight bowl cut thing Mark had. So I could adjust that, but I'm not going to. There's no point. It's really, really not that worth it. You know who that is. You can tell who that is. I think now I'm going to, once I finish this frame at the bottom, I'm kind of torn on whether finishing the next 3 frames, because I need to get it where Mark goes from being taken out of the prison to being either put into a squad car or being taken out of a squad car by Red Dog Road, which is where the incident takes place. And I need to make sure that I put a chain around his stomach. I can't remember what it's called, but basically he was handcuffed with his hands down to his sides, and he was, I think he was in leg shackles as well. He was pretty chained up, let's just put it that way. Yet somehow he apparently struggled with an officer for his firearm before Mark was fatally wounded. Well, wounded, I mean shot. So I need to be able to tell those pieces of information, or at least up to where they go into the forest, in 3 frames. So leaving the prison, which we've got at the very bottom, being put into or being taken out of the squad car, being put in stronger restraints, and then walking into the woods. And then after that, we'll be on the final frames of Act 2. And before that, before all this scenes are happening, I think I only need to do a couple more. It's going to go into a little bit of detail about Mark's father, who was, if I remember, Ali Sawaf, who was obviously Mark's father, got, I believe it was either arrested or caught selling, what is it, Oxycontin, I believe it was. So I want to go into a little bit of detail of that, not much, just more of a cliff note. But yeah, this case is definitely coming close to being done. Okay. Okay. So what I think I might do, while I let the final parts of these frames rattle around in my head, once I finish this frame here, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the... see how many frames I need. But I end up doing a couple of the frames of the 8 Immortals restaurant murders. Because I want to be able to get that out pretty much... I keep saying a lot. I'm still tired, I'm sorry. There you go. I want to be able to get the next part of 8 Immortals out pretty much as soon as Mark Sawaf is released as well. I don't think I'll be able to get it out obviously straight away, but hopefully with only a couple of weeks at worst. But I think for now, so this frame's definitely coming out, so I'm just gonna take a 2-minute stretch here. I'll actually find some good music to put on the background. We've got anything more interesting than this ambient stuff. Well, let's go cinematic. I don't know what the hell I'm listening to, but that's awful. No, come on, there's got to be something more interesting. Yeah, let's put a little bit of blues on, how about that? Jazz and blues. What is this? That's better. Nice relaxing way to listen. Okay. I'm actually going to turn that up just a little bit, so there's a little bit more background audio. There you go. Probably a little bit less. There we go. Alright. Alright, let's get on with this. Alright, where did I put my pen? There it is. Okay, let's see. So I want more low details here. So let's say we want a silhouette person here, maybe another one here, and then I can do some stuff with the wall here, I'm thinking. So if I just rough in a super, I actually learned how to do these sort of silhouette people from watching David Finch, who is a fantastic artist. He done a bunch of tutorials on YouTube. I think he's still doing them, I believe. I haven't watched them quite a while. But he worked for Marvel, or still is working for Marvel and DC for a very long time. And that man's art is just phenomenal. I love the way he's able to do pencil shading. It's just it's unbelievable. But by watching a few of his lessons, actually helped with doing these like low detail characters, which I didn't realize how much they add to the scene, even if they're not, you know, highly detailed. And if you zoom in on them, I mean they're just like a pair of thumbs, don't they? But for an overall piece, they work. I mean, I can add a little bit of hair on them if I want to, maybe even a little shadow indication for the eyes, but from a general sense, they they really don't look that good. Let's go about just masking in a couple of background people here. To make that hand a little bit. Actually, should I make the hand bigger or the head smaller? I think I'll make the head smaller, actually. There we go. There we go. Yeah, he looks fine. He looks fine. So I'll blend him into the background so he's not, he doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. And then we're going to put his buddy over here. So I want to have these two look as if they are in. Actually, let's put a female officer here instead. That looks really weird. Let's try that again. And she's going to be a little bit bigger than her partner here, so I need to... Actually, let's just put it in a bun like that. Okay, we're gonna now make her smaller because she's a little bit too big. What about that? Something like that. We'll put a chair here actually, so we don't have to worry about drawing the bottom of her so much. Alright, we can do that. There you go, blends into the background. And now I want to start putting some stuff on the wall. What do I want to put here? Oh yeah, I was going to do filing cabinets, wasn't I? So much go. Do 3 filing cabinets, I reckon. Just small little cube shapes. Actually, I want to make sure that one's not touching mark, otherwise that'll be a bit of a weird tangent. So if I just go 1, 2, like that. That'll do. Okay, alright, that's a little bit on the piss, so I'm going to adjust that. Alright, I think that'll do there. Adding a frame for the door. See, it's just add an indication of the side, not side, but like the dido rail, or whatever it's classed as. I'm sure that's what it's called. Let's say it's, I don't know, something like that. Okay. All right. So that entire background section there, thankfully, doesn't draw the eye, which is what I wanted to do. I literally just wanted to use it as filler. So now if I use Mark, or use Mark's head as a way to show he is closer, I can then do something like that. All right, I think that will do for that frame. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to make sure they're all merged. Now I'm going to flip it and pick up any weirdness that I may have missed. Well, actually, it'd be good if I connected it to the actual border, wouldn't it? Where's the border? There's the border. Oh. There we go. Alright, mirror layer. That copper's standing a little bit off, a little bit if I just do this. Yeah, it don't matter too much. I'm happy to settle on certain things. Yeah, okay. Couple of little lines here and there that are slightly off, but from an overall standpoint, the scene is pretty much there. So I'm going to say that scene is done. The only thing I might actually do is lift up Mark's arm here and put it there, because that was a little bit too long. There we go, that looks a tad bit better. Yeah, that works. That'll work. That'll do. Okay. Alright, let's just clear some of these frames up. I want to have a low angle. See if we actually put a low angle, it'd be more about here. And I want it to be a vehicle here, maybe the car driving. So let's say 2-point perspective. No, we want it to be a little bit more like this. Yeah, something a little bit more like this. Alright, so we're going to have the car, which is going to be something like this. Probably more, about that length, I reckon. And then it'll be why is it being weird? Oh, that's gone all screwy. Let's try that again. Alright, so do we want the cut? No, that's not the right perspective I want. I want it to be something like that. Okay. Right. What I'm going to do is very quickly, I am going to go make myself a coffee. So I'm just going to make sure this is playing. I'm just going to add a new text layer to show that I'm making a coffee. Otherwise someone may join and wonder why nothing's happening. Let's see, where do we want it? We want text. There we go, we want that. put that there. Obviously, just gonna edit that. And now I'm just gonna. Is it gonna load or is it gonna be weird? There we go. No, okay. Why has nothing happened? If something is happening, I'm going for a coffee. I'm going to make a coffee. You had to join when I was just about to make a coffee, didn't you? Let's see. Where's the... I can't remember. How do I type in this bloody thing? I can't quite remember. It's got a squiffy. It's not a script. Let's put that back up to what that was. Let's go. Just get rid of that. All right. Script. I'll just write on the screen. Right on the screen. All else fails. What type of coffee? Oh, just a standard instant. I do have a proper coffee machine, but I've run out of coffee beans, so I have to go for instant right now. Alright, I will be right back. I'm just gonna make a coffee. I'm gonna be like not even 2 minutes. Actually, I'm probably more like 4. Okay, I'm back. Right. Oh, just gotta turn this up a little bit more. A little bit more, I think. There we go. I'm just gonna turn my desktop audio down so it doesn't blow me out. There we go. Alright, so when my headphones aren't being trapped in my chair. Right, so I need to now draw a police vehicle driving its way towards Red Dog Road. And I'm not very good at drawing vehicles from memory, so I need to find a reference image for a police vehicle. So what I'm thinking is a classic. There we go. It's almost something like this. So proper old stars at Crown Victoria or something like that. Victorian Crown. Police vehicle. I can't remember what they're called. So I'm just gonna add an image. Put it on the top layer so I can actually see it. Is it gonna go to the top layer? Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Of course it did. There we go. Now I can see it. There we go. Right, so let's have a look at these general shapes. Okay. Alright, let's see what I can do. So let's say the widest points. Actually, let's start doing my box divisions. I can get the center point, which is there. Alright. Now I want to try and rough this in if I can. So let's say the top of the bonnet is here. And that will drop down ever so slightly. And then there is almost like a... I mean, there's a curve of the bonnet, but... Okay, this bit comes out more. And then it goes in. So we need to make sure this is a decent front. It's quite wide. Actually, yes, I need to make that wider. So let's make this wider. Where's my pencil? Where's my pencil? So let's say something like this, and then something like this should replicate that front shape enough. There we are, like that. And then how big is that front? Not very big. I've made that too big, so let's reduce that size to that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so it's all, yeah, that looks more car shaped. Okay, and obviously we've got the front fender, which does curve in and around the vehicle ever so slightly, so there will be a little bit more sticking out here. So I'm going to cut that across, and my music has stopped because of course it has. Right. Alright, we've got the police bull bar, I think it's called, about here. And then obviously it's the license plate. Proper rectangle style front lights. I'm just going to pull that in slightly. So I'm going to divide that like that. Okay, now because we are working with quite a steep perspective here, this won't go far that back. Back that far. There we go. And then that's all going to come up like this. Will we see that from the... Yeah, we might see a little indication out from the side. Yeah, things have been alright. Say a little slow. Say work's been a little tiring, but that's because it was Monday yesterday. But other than that, things haven't been too bad. What about you, bud? How have things been? Let's get a more refined sketch now. And how are things between you two? Still going well, I assume? Okay, put that through there, put that through there. Good. So no, she haven't streamed in a... At least not that I've noticed. She haven't streamed in a little while. You were taking a break from it for a bit. I feel like I made this too wide. I think that needs to be... It needs to be ball like that. Alright, I'll sketch out the car more before I do that. Not liking this perspective. Not liking that perspective. Got to do it from a different angle. Alright, let's try this again. I haven't really had time to sit down and do it. It's hard to get into it. Yeah, I know what you mean. I say I'm pretty much going to be streaming daily from now on, pretty much the same time every morning, but let's say because most of the people who watch are from United States, it's I mean, it's quiet. I don't mind it being quiet, but it is kind of funny. Sitting here like Billy no mates. There. Oh man. There you go. Let's do it from this perspective because that front on just was not working. So let's do it like this. Yeah, it's going to be... it's currently 10 o'clock now, my end, but I'm pretty much going to start streaming from 8:30 in the morning until around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Unless, you know, I don't need to do any art that day, and in which case I won't stream and I'll just focus on script writing. But that way, you know, people can actually pop in, prove that I actually, you know, I've proved that I am working and I'm not just sitting on my arse. Here we go. This is a perspective we want. This is the perspective we want. Right, let's try this again. with a little bit less weirdness. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the overall shape of the car in the center frame. Something like this. There we go. So something like that ought to do it. And now I can just go like this. Extend it out from the middle. I should be able to capture a more 3D shape. That looks a lot better than what I was doing. Yes, it could be a pre-made recording, you're correct. Oh god, I love that that's actually a thing. I think that's really funny. So if you can't stream that day, just don't bloody stream, honestly. What's the point of doing a pre-made recording? There we go, that's a better car shape. Now, I have made it look a little bit more like a sports coupe, but I can now modify the shape. Alright, okay, let's start getting this in proper, shall we? So, we need to go for a square part here, and then a square parts to the edges. Like this. That should give us the overall shape of the bonnet. I hate drawing cars. Actually, that's a lie. I like drawing them when they go right. Problem is, I find cars and people to be on the same difficulty. Because if you screw up a car, you can tell instantly. Oh, I need to lower that. I need to bring that down a little bit more to here. To be honest, so if I... It is actually more of a square. Yeah, it's more of a square bonnet. It's got like a little ridge here, but it's more of a square bonnet. Sorry, flat bonnet, because this is a older police car. Even though this is set in 2015, and the real police car would actually look more like a sports coupe. I like the look of the old police cars. They make more fun, interesting shapes. So that is actually going to need to go up like that. I think I need to raise the bonnet to like there, which will unfortunately shift the perspective a bit. Alright, so this is where things get a little tricky, because the cab of every car comes in a really weird shape, but you get it just right and you're okay. Alright, something like this. Alright, now we need to go into the lower section of the... I do this every time. This needs to be lower. That needs to be like that. You see it all the time in TikTok lives. It's ridiculous. Reruns of some money grabbing, send money. I'll have to start over. Honestly, that social media platform, yeah, it scares me, TikTok. Yeah, so many horror stories of people doing stupid stuff on there. So what are you doing at the moment, bud? It's pretty late for you right now, isn't it? Or was it about... I can never remember. It's about 10 o'clock your time now, isn't it? I'm sure it's 12 hours for you. Alright, let's just put in the bull bars. I'm also going to want to make sure that's like that instead. Alright, that's come out better than the previous one. It's just gonna take a little bit of time. 7 p.m. our time because we went back to daylight savings. Oh, so it's actually pretty early for you. So you got much planned for the rest of your evening, or dare I not ask? What type of wing mirrors has this got? These type. I always forget vehicles like this. They have this like extra section here. There we go. She's been watching Avatar: Last Airbender. Oh, fair enough. My wife absolutely loves that series. I've actually been planning on getting it on Blu-ray, but when I went to get it for her, which was around Christmas time, it was sold out everywhere. I assume that means you absolutely love the film by M. Night Shyamalan, then. The amazing, amazing adaptation. I've placed that on top of the roof. Such an awkward angle. Let's try that one again, shall we? That needs to go here and actually go across the form, not planted on top. Excuse me, I'm very burpy right now. There you go, something like that. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Alright, there will be a something like that. Okay. Alright, now the part that gives me a headache, which is always the bonnet. Because I hate bonnets. See, I can draw a police car, because I've done it before with a previous case, which was the well, not a previous case, but a case I am working on, which is the Bellagio jewelry heist. And I don't know how I did it, but I sat there, I think, for a couple of hours, and I came out with this, and you can see, I do understand the concept of drawing vehicles, you know, to a degree. I mean, it's been cut off because Sketchbook is weird. So you can say, I know how to draw cuts. But then when it actually comes to doing them, I have nothing but an aneurysm and heart palpitations because I don't like them. But I've done this one at a smaller distance, so it's a lot more forgiving. The only part I've seen like snippets of episodes and my wife's been watching. I just remember isn't there like a character who, he's not a main character, he's just in like every episode or every other episode where he pushes cabbages around on a cart. And he just, you pull out the pre-made image. Yeah, I know, but I can't. It's more for myself to remind myself I can draw cars. Nah, this one's actually going pretty well, to be honest. A lot better than I thought it would be. But I'm sure there's a character in the series that's like constantly pushing a cart of cabbages or something, and he always drops them. Oh, aren't you, mate? Actually joined a proper art server a little while back, and I met this guy called Cavan, who's a Swede, and he's absolute, oh my god, that man's artwork, it blows mine out of the water. And he is so chill, and like we've been helping each other out, and he actually helped me out by showing me this brush he uses, which is this one here. Now it looks almost identical to the one I'm currently using, but because it's softer, it allows me to do things like this, where I can actually get in and I can add in real fine details and shade details like this. And as you can see, it starts to make things look a lot more three-dimensional. Like that. And it's something I'm going to move into on the next episode. So for right now, I'm sticking to my full opaque brush. Yeah, the Cabbage Man. That was what made me want to watch this series. I never did, but when I saw that, I was like, okay, this seems quite funny. So I know some about Aang and whatever else. I've heard, what was the spin-off called with the girl? I heard a lot of people didn't really like that. It just didn't really have the same character arc. Digital art, it's... I mean, it's kind of like going from drawing with graphite to drawing with pen, or graphite to charcoal, or vice versa. It's just a different medium. It's not too tricky. So because obviously I do a lot of ink sketches, this brush I'm using just pretty much just emulates a standard ink pen. And then I've got a pencil here, which emulates my standard HB pencil. So it's not too tricky in that regard. But when it comes to doing certain aspects like foliage and stuff like that, where it requires more of an abstract, you can, don't get me wrong, you can't do it with this type of brush. It just takes forever. But you know, there are a lot more tools available to you. The hardest part is actually deciding which software you want to use. Because I use Sketchbook Pro, I've seen so many people use Photoshop. Even Cavan uses Photoshop, and I just couldn't get on with it. I just hated the GUI. I prefer this because, as you can see, it's pretty simple. I've got my layers, I've got my color wheel, bunch of tools up here that I use from time to time, and over here I've got my brushes. Simple as that. Photoshop is like, you know, let's say if this here was the Photoshop window, it's like, you know, you got this thing here, and then there's your canvas. This is where you draw, and this is your brushes, and then you got all these things up here, and you got this, and then you got, you know, big Adobe watermark here. It's just like, no. You can adjust the workspace just like you can in Premiere Pro, but I just, maybe sometime in the future I'll switch, but not now. Legend of Korra. That was it, Legend of Korra. Developed at the same time as being cancelled and uncancelled. Yeah, I just remember hearing people were not really happy with it as much. Oh, excuse me, I'm making snotty noises. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Right, so does that window... Okay, that window matches the shape here. Alright, now I need to be careful because the back end is obviously going to be shorter than the average, or sorry, not the average, but the front of the car, so it needs to be about that. And has it got a point? Yeah. Alright, and there. Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, the hardest part about doing all of this is stagnating and plateauing in art. And when I was talking to Cavan, you know, we were going back and forth, and we pretty much quickly learned that we had pretty much the same artists. Sorry, let me just turn down this music. It's funky as hell, but it's really loud. Let me just turn down on my headphones as well. There we go. So yeah, we pretty much had the same artist inspirations, and at one point, Jen said to me, "Are you cheating on Tom?" It's like, no, I like Cavern too. But yeah, no, we had a lot of the same inspirations, and it was great when I was asking questions and pretty much talking shop with him that he knew exactly what I meant. And it's also great to get critiques from someone who knows exactly what they're talking about and can really point and say, right, this is what you need to work on, this is where you go to work on it. Instead of just someone going, I just don't like the picture. It's like, okay, why? I don't know, I just don't like it. So, helpful, thank you. Alright, I need to make sure the ball bars are actually higher, otherwise I'm going to give this the front end of a Rolls Royce. So it needs to be like that. I would never. You'd like him though, so he's completely laid back. And the reason why I knew I'd like him is because pretty much as soon as I joined the server, and there he was, I came in like a, you know, the way I do, you know what I mean. No tact, no subtlety. Just kicking open the door and just letting my mouth run and seeing what happens. And he gave it right back. And then before we know it, we were basically just, yeah. Alright, something like this should do for... See, if I do that though... yeah, so it does mean the car is actually pretty low to the ground. So if I instead make this sort of a middle ground, and I go something like this instead... Oh, excuse me. Yes, don't worry, Tom, it's just a tip. This does need to be... Where is that? That tire is halfway through the bonnet, which is about here, I think. Yeah. Alright, this is gonna go from a refined ink to a ink sketch, but that's alright. I'd rather screw up a little bit on this stage than getting all the way to the end and then realizing I made a big boo-boo. A horrendously big boo-boo. Something about there, I think, is where this tire needs to be. And then like that. And then I might actually pull that in. Yeah, that's looking more like a police car now. I might raise that up there. And then obviously these are going to go through to these sides. And there obviously will be a tyre somewhere there. Angle that more. Right, okay. I'll be listening, but I'm going to go back to spending time with... How dare you? How dare you? You're supposed to love me. Say hello to the crazy bitch for me. Alright, okay, I think... Yeah, that's good. I'm happy with that. Alright. Now I can start putting actors in. So I think what I'm going to do is... Oh, no, don't want to mirror that one. I'm going to mirror that just to see how it looks. Yeah, it's a little bit off in certain areas. A little bit off, but I can fix that. I think what I'm going to do is if I just... maybe do this. Take a couple of playing around, but the overall shape is there, which is what I want. So what I'm going to do now, I'm either going to put this in front of the police station or the jail and have Sawaf and the police officers to the right of the vehicle, walking him out and maybe putting him in the car or about to put him in the car. Next shot, them driving to the forest, and then maybe the final shot, him being put in full-blown restraints. I think that'll be a nice way to pull all this off. So unfortunately that will mean 2 shots of a car, which I hate, but I need to get better. And the only way you can get better is by drawing something that you despise drawing. But I'm sure in time I'll love drawing cars, because right now they are the bane of my existence. Right, let's just quickly finish my coffee here. Ah. Alright. We'll stay on this layer and we'll start adding in some actors. So we need to figure out the general perspective again, because I have kind of lost it. So it is, excuse me, somewhere here, I'd say. Yeah. Well, mirrored that layer a bit weirdly. So I was going to have them driving through the woods here, but I think I want to do a shot of them leaving the police department. So I'm going to have a... see, so let's say the police department is here. It'd be like this, I think. Actually, let's make that smaller. Something like this. Something like this. And then... actually, no, we need to go further back, actually, because I want to add in a few things like ramps and awnings and whatever else. So something along the lines of this. And then let's say there is a extension here for the entrance, and obviously we're going to have the top part of the building like this, and then there will be a middle ground section like this. Let's say this will be columns here. There'll be a stairwell, or it's not a stairwell but a stairway leading up here like this. Now I want to go across here. I just want to basically complete this cube so I know where the wall is. That'll be the entrance here. Now I'm going to have Mark and the officer about here, I think. I'm just wondering if the building's too big or too small in terms of the perspective of the vehicle. Because the vehicle itself traditionally stands excuse me, up to the collarbone or just below the chest, sorry, around about the breastbone. of a person, especially the average police car. But obviously when you get SUVs and whatever else, obviously they tower above people. So let's say if this is the size of a person, and we go down the stairs, something like that. Yeah, that car needs to be a lot bigger, so I'm gonna try and see if I can be sneaky. Increase its size. If I do this, it might be off perspective ever so slightly. But if I refine it enough, you can normally cheat your way through that. It might just mean I need to be a little bit sneaky. Yeah, I'll try it. If not, then I'll just I'll push the building back. But let's just get the rest of the building. Alright, so there's gonna be a window here, I'd say. I'm gonna mark this and denote this to basically say I can, if I choose to, put parked cars here, but because they'll be low quality, they won't be that hard to draw. Let's say there's a wall here in the background. Some ventilation. Signage, I think. And then I think maybe for here, maybe some form of greenery. Like a flower bed or something like that. Should be alright. I think that's a decent plan. Then obviously I can fill this side here with windows. And then maybe like a street light. I think that will work. That car needs to go lower, doesn't it? I'll keep the car there for now. Right. Okay, let's get this roughed in. Well, not roughed in, but let's try and get this sorted. So do I want to go for a flat top or do I want to go for... Let's go angular. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Alright, let's try and add a bit of unique shape to this column. And then I might do actually a lower part of the awning here. Like this. And completely cap it off at the top. And then I will add a middle section here for it, but just not yet. I'll do that once every other part of it's done. I'll try and build some interest here, because this is where I'm going to have Mark and the police officer. So that way, if I make this more detailed, it'll obviously draw the eye. Adding in little interesting shapes can really help with that. Now, do I want to go for something like this, maybe? Or do I want to go simple here for now? I think simple at the back will do. to be honest. Okay, let's complete this section off with a brick section like this. Okay, and then we can pull that through. Alright, let's do some stairs. At least I'm actually going to indicate stairs. I can, or choose to, make them follow perspective more or else perfectly, but I always find with stairs, excuse me, I'm very coffee today. Always find with stairs, if you do them a little bit more like this, they're not as much of an eyesore. Unless they're an important part of the piece, you don't really need to go full blown with the way they're designed. There we are. Right, actually I'm going to drop the line here to signify where the end of that should actually be. Alright, so there's the current entrance to our police station. Now I'll make the door a little bit more fancy. Might add a bit of curvature into the top. Actually, nah, I might add a curvature because then I'll make it look more like a restaurant than a police station. All right. Okay, might just add a little thing here. No, I don't like that. Alright, let's see. Let's try the English. Try to add in some foliage. I'm going to use a heavy line weight here to indicate there is an underside to this part of the building. And then I will actually add some interest into the concrete work by adding a little bit of texture and breaking parts up, just so it doesn't look all straight lines and boarding. Okay, that's definitely coming along. Obviously it's going to be a window here. I might do an indication of a window here. I want to pull this through and then like this to signify this is where the flower box is going to be. So I don't think police stations traditionally have these types of flower boxes, but they're kind of a nice way to break up a structured form by using organic shapes. Alright, okay. Now, anything I want to add into this section as well that will help. So, 'cause I know this section here is going to be added like that. And obviously that'll be followed through. Or do I want to follow? Actually, let's follow it through from the awning, because that'll be a nice... Actually, no, that adds a tangent line. Let's not do a tangent line. Tangent lines are the worst thing you can do. But if we do that, that'd be nice. Now, what my plan is now is to add in some windows, maybe a signage, maybe a big entrance sign. But let's put in a AC unit. I think will be kind of a nice thing to add here. Nice simple AC. It doesn't need to be heavily detailed whatsoever because it's far away. Okay, something like that. And then maybe another one on top. Something like that. Something like that. That'll do. Alright, okay. Do I want to go for stones? No, I don't want to go for stones. I just want to go for a simple separator before going into anything else there. What else could go here? Maybe if I add a sign here, even though part of it will be cut off by the awning, but that's okay because we're at a low angle perspective. Let's go like this. Okay. Alright, let's get this light post in. Now, I probably will end up putting a few parked cars in the background if they're needed, but to be honest, the police car I've drawn should actually be able to cover up a majority of this area, so I don't have to worry about it too much. So where is the police car? So that's the police car there. Yeah. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cut that away, actually. I'm going to keep the police car sketch there for a second. Figure out what's actually going to go here. Alright, so none of that was actually needed. I should have pulled up the sketch first. Okay, let's start putting in the windows. Okay. Let's get the framework for the entrance in. Now I'm actually going to have the entrance recede into the building, like so. Okay. Yeah, that's coming along nicely. Might just add in an extra little thing here. And then maybe something like that. Okay. All right, let's start sketching in. Not sketching in, sorry. Modeling this car properly. just minimize that. Yeah, that's coming out. That is actually gonna be a really nice shot. I'm glad I decided to change it from a road shot to being parked outside the police station. Oh, my back. Oh, there we go. Right, I think I may go make another coffee, which I will put up here. Be right back, making a coffee. Now I could do this with Streamlabs, but it was being annoying. So I don't even think that's how you spell coffee. Oh, okay. I'm dyslexic. Leave me alone. There we go. Alright, now I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go make a coffee. Too right, I'm an addict. I love my coffee. Okay, I'm back with my coffee. Right. Alright, we're going to sketch in the police car and then also get the entranceway properly inked in and then put in the script for the signage. And from there, all I need to do is add in the actors, as I call them. The actors, and then we're done. Well, at least for this shot. So I've got quite a lot of rendering to do on this page, but this is a hell of a lot of frames to do here, so it's not too bad. It's worth. I think in total this will equate to about maybe 3 minutes of the video, maybe 4, if not longer. So it's definitely worth all the extra work I'm putting in. Didn't need to go as overboard. I could have actually done, well, at least cut a few of these frames, but why the hell not? Decided why not. Oh, I've got a bit of a muzzy head. I think I'm still waking up, to be honest. Alright. Okay, let's see. I think what we need to do now . Alright, let's get it sorted. Oh, my microphone's touched my cable. There we go. Okay. Right, I do want to put actually some indications here of links and police lights. All right. Okay, start putting in the lights. Okay. I think I'm actually going to pull that window in just a little bit. Now, try to get these lights in. I think I can then flip the canvas to make sure it's all going in the right direction and it's not looking a bit off. Alright, I want to flip this now so I can actually see what it looks like, because I've spent so long staring at it now. Oh. So many frames here I need to sort out. I think, yeah, they can go away. I'm trying to make sure I didn't delete the sketch frame. No, I didn't. Okay. Oh, which one is the police frame? That's the one. Right, now I can flip it. Yeah, that's looking fine. I will sort them windows out a little bit. Okay. One thing I will do, I think, is add in a couple of lines like this. Now, what if I add this in? Can I actually rotate the vehicle convincingly in this direction, or will it go a bit funny? No, that'll go a bit funny. That's alright, I'll just say it's parked at this angle. Alright, let's just get the rest of the tyres in. Alright, it's looking a little bit more coupe-like than anything, but I ain't gonna worry too much. As long as it's got the overall shape of a police car, I'm relatively happy. What I do want to do now is get the wing mirror in, and then I want to add in the cast shadow for the car. Alright, this scene's coming close to being done. Just need to add in a few more details here and there. And then I need to make sure the trees in the background are done. Add in the 2 actors, as I've called them. And then... yeah, I think it's going to be pretty much done. I'm just going to get all these loaded back in just so this doesn't feel so empty. That one, that one, that one, and that one. And then there is one more. Where's the other one? Where's the last one? There's the last one. Alright. Okay. Okay, I think that's the best I can do when it comes to trees. I'm a little bit funny when it comes to trees, to be honest. Apart from the door and now finally the last two, not the last two, but the actors. That's all we actually need. Alright, I'm just gonna add in a thing here. That's a very anemic looking star. Let's try that again. Actually, let's do this while we're here as well. Alright. I'll do something with the car later. Let's just get the door in. Okay. let's get these actors in. So I think what I want to do, I need 3 actors. I need Mark and the ATF agent, which are obviously these 2 here. I then need 1 other officer, and there's 1 other officer I think I've already got an idea for. So I'm gonna have him here, I think. Let's lower the opacity on this. Okay, I think that's a relatively good idea of what I want. Let's change this now to, let's go for rock here. All right. Whew. This is a much longer one than I was expecting, but it's definitely coming out. I'm just gonna quickly stretch my legs, and then we will go about getting these 2 characters inked. Stretched my legs and then turned out what's needed to go to the toilet. So, okay, we are very close to finishing this shot here. I'm just going to turn down my desktop audio. There we go. Got to turn it down a little bit more because judging by the sounds of that, that's a little bit loud. There we go. Alright, so far today we've actually managed to ink 3 frames, which is absolutely fantastic. I would like to be able to get maybe another one done after this one. That would actually be nice. I've got what now? An hour and a half. Yeah, 2.5 hours until the end of this stream. So we've still got plenty of time to get, at the very least, 1 frame done. At the very least. And then once this one is done, I then need to. Or once this page is done, sorry, we then need to focus on a few extra smaller frames, and that shouldn't take much time. And then I think after that all we have to do is then go through rendering all of these frames, and that should actually be the end of the episode. Yeah. Right, let's continue on with getting our music. Oh, I accidentally turned off my music. Yep, someone's at my door by the sounds of it. 1 second, please.
Never mind, it was just the postman. As it always is in these situations.
Oh, right, okay, where were we? Oh, my microphone's on the piss a little bit. Let me just adjust that. Sorry, it's probably some weird noises you're hearing right now. There we go. Right, so I need to do some low detail shots of Mark and the ATF agent, which won't be too tricky. These are, to be honest, I quite like drawing these little figures. They're kind of fun in a way. You really don't have to focus much on details, more just making sure the characters are recognizable from a distance. for the final part. Just need to make sure the background is tidy for them. And now all we want to do is add a little bit of thickness to their characters. Okay. And then when we see this as a whole image, which will be probably in the lines like this. Perfect. Yeah. Doesn't matter that the fact that they're low detail, because this is pretty much as close as we're ever going to get to seeing them. And they come out pretty well. Okay. So that frame I can conclusively say is done. He says while adding in a thick line underneath the sign. There we go. So that frame I'm going to say is done. All I do want to do, because I've noticed I've been working in grey ink instead of black, I'm just going to do this. And I'm also going to do the same to this one. And I think I was doing the same on this one. I'm not too sure. Let's find out. Yeah, I was. There we go. All right. So that is that's 3 frames we have done today so far. At least inking, anyway. Just got to crack open the drink here. Sequentially, so it starts from obviously the top left with Mark being booked into the prison, being led to his cell, sitting in the jail cell. While he's sitting in the jail cell, ATF agents and police officers are discussing the case and trying to figure out exactly what's going on, obviously. Interview Mark. Mark eventually admits to what he does, or what he was doing. And then Mark agrees to show them where he planted the rest of the ordnance throughout the Kentucky forest. They lead him out, gets into the police car. And then here is going to be... Let me just add a new layer so I can actually point. There we go. So obviously here will be a frame of either them driving to Red Dog Road or arriving at Red Dog Road. And I think here I want to do a close-up of Mark's hands being chained to his stomach. I can never remember the name of that. It's basically a belt. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. It's a belt where the handcuffs are linked to. That's around the stomach or around the waist. Which is actually a very important detail we need for the very final part of the episode. So, what I need to do now is... Or I could actually have... I could have Mark being put in the back of the car, or sitting in the back of the car, in fact. That might be a more interesting shot, because it's a close-up interior. That would probably be quite a nice shot to do, actually. Be a little bit more, again, heavy, but I want to get used to doing a little bit more heavier shots, because I feel like just constantly doing side shots, sort of similar to this, constantly, just really don't work very well. So even if these shots do take a little bit more time, at least for now, they definitely do help with improving my artwork. Right, so let's say Mark's in the back of the vehicle. I think that'd be quite a nice shot to do. Let's change that song. Actually, let's put I'm in the mood for a little bit. Sadly, I'm using the YouTube audio library, which is pretty near, but I haven't forked out for my Epidemic Sound license yet, so sadly my music choices right now are limited. But let's go for a little bit of no. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Alright, so I think Mark in the back of the police car will be quite a good one to do, I think. This is what I believe. Now, if we're going to do back of the police car, I would love to do a 5-point perspective grid. I'd love to do 5-point perspective that's like this. But I can't do that because I have not practiced anywhere near enough with 5-point perspective. So we're going to go classic 2-point again. And I think... I'm trying to think if the... How do we want to... See, we want to go for big, medium, small in this composition, I think. 2 police officers obviously in the front, and then Mark in the back. And then we can have one here, then Mark here. But it all depends on how we wish to do that. And how it will look. Let's see, let's just... So if this, let's say if this was the interior here. Yeah, I mean that could work actually. All right, let's go for this. Let's see what we got. I think this will work. And I will try not to do too much detail in the background, like through the police car windows, because it's really not going to be necessary. I can always just do like some blurry abstract stuff. Alright, now the hard part is going to be actually sketching. Excuse me. Oh, sketching out the interior of the police car. So let's try to get the shape of the police car, and thankfully I've already got a base idea of how it should look. So let's say the back is here. Alright, let's say this is the back of the police car. Actually, let's bring that in a little bit. Let's say this is the back of the police car. Oh, wait. If I bring that in that way, right? If I bring it in here, I can actually have the door. Yeah, that will look quite nice. And then I think, yeah, because this way it will look like I'm like right in the corner of the windscreen. It'll be a little bit tricky to do, but there's nothing wrong with doing tricky shots, because they always improve your art. At least that is the common saying. Well, not saying, you know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm drawing. I'm drawing, so I don't speak very well. Let's see. Okay, I think something like this should do it. And then something here, and then maybe here. All right. Now, I want the back window to be about here. No, further back, about there. This sort of shape. Now, the back window is obviously going to go up to probably about there. Obviously, it's going to wrap around, or wrap up and then curve. And there's going to be a small gap, and then it's going to be here. And let's say what? This is the top of the roof. Let's say the back seat is here, I think. Let's say the back seat goes like this. Now we're just gonna do all primitives for now until it looks kind of right. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna first just sketch out the back before I start putting things in front of it and overlapping. Now, the back window would be something along the lines of this. And it would curve around and it would come across like this. Now, there would be a window like this, and it's going to curve because cars are actually very rounded forms, despite how they look. And then there will be like a curvature to the roof, and there will be something like this. Something like this. Let's say something like that. And then on this side, the window will be here. Now this is going to be a tricky form to get in this perspective, but I think I can do it. Now there will be like a sticky out part here for the center part of the car. Now there would typically be a piece of glass, wouldn't there? Because it's a police vehicle. Because it would be like a piece of Perspex? Perspex? I think it's Perspex. I want to call it Perplex, but that's not right. Right, so it would be like a piece of Perspex glass here. Now let's say, actually let's try and find the center of this shape, which is about here. Now let's say there is a center console here. And if there's a center console there, that means there should be... Now we're going to put Mark about here in the center, obviously. Now I'm going to bring this forward and say he's got a decent amount of leg room. So let's say the two passenger seats are here. So something like this. Now I think the dashboard might be seen. And that's kind of curvy. So we're going to go something like that. Now from here, we curve it around. Let's say something like this. I think there might be an indication of the windscreen. Now for the seats themselves, they do ever so slightly peek across, don't they, from front window. So the seat would be around here, I think. Let's say these are the seats. Now I have to remember this is an American car, so the driver will actually be on the right, not the left. So let's just rough in a very, 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 very rough car seat. Something like this. Now obviously there will be things on the door. Now the passenger side won't really have much in terms of things there. So something like this. And then of course we then mirror this seat over here. I might lower these seats in a minute, but for now this is what we want. And then obviously like this. And then like this. Now so it's going to be a seat belts, and then Mark will be there. Now we want to get this glass signified in, so then I can actually put Mark. Perfect. So I can put Mark there, and he won't be obscured. Okay, now we've got a primitive sketch there of an interior. Now let's just start putting in slightly more refined version. I think it would be kind of like this. Something along the lines of this anyway. No, so I'm going to put someone in the chair, so if it looks a bit awkward for now, it'll actually get better in time. Okay, let's see. All right, actually, I'm actually gonna put the people in as well. I'm actually gonna have the ATF agent looking a little bit out the window. No, now he actually needs to be smaller. More like that, I think. Now his shoulders will be something like this. Let's try to get the chest in. Now see he's sitting, so it will be a slight tilted back angle. Something like this. Now actually I'm going to have him rest in his hand, I think, on this part of the door. Let's rest this hand maybe on his lap. And then this will be his center trunk. Then the pelvis. Now we might only see a part of his legs. So let's say something like this. Now his head is large again. So let's just do this. And trim that. Now the police officer. Let's put Mark here. Now, because I'm going to put the glass here, I can actually cheat a little bit. Because I'm going to put a metal frame at the bottom. So I don't have to show too much of Mark, I don't think. Something like that. Something like that, I think. Okay. Alright, so we need to get the ATF guy in. might use the console there to trim that down a bit, and then I will probably put like a thing here. Okay. Alright, this is coming along. Just need to make sure I can get the uniform looking really, well, not realistic, but believable. this is gonna be an hard one. It's always when I do foreshortened arms, getting the cloth to look like it's being foreshortened is always a nightmare. There we go. Nope. Fire alarm in the building's going off. Thankfully it's only a test. Let's see. Alright, I think I'm getting there slowly with this one. Oh, got a bit of a headache coming on, I won't lie. Right, I think we're getting there slowly with this. Need to now add in the windows here at this perspective, which is always a little bit tricky, but I think we can do it. I think if I now put Mark in here, I can figure out what then needs to be added or what needs to be taken away, what needs to stay low detail, so on and so forth. Now I'm just going to add obviously a rough sketch of Mark. Something like that. Okay, so now let's have a look at how this looks. So if I flip the layer, and I just need to drag it over here and have a look. I probably want to have the detective, sorry, not detective, the officer looking more in, obviously, a little bit more to the right, more in this direction. Other than that, I think it's pretty much fine. So I'm actually going to go straight into the inking phase because I don't think there's much else I can really screw around with when it comes to sketching phase. So I should be able to actually ink quite a lot of this. The detective came out pretty well, so let's go about getting him in. I'm actually gonna shorten the eye here. Maybe give inclination, you might see part of the other eye. Alright, now, has he... No, he's made him look quite athletic for what he is. Alright, let's make sure this is in some form of proportion. Okay. Right, let's get the seat belt in. because then I can work with the rest. Because this is going to cause some tension in the fabric. I don't want to focus on that too much. I still kind of want these to be simple until I'm like right up, yeah, English, right up in their face. Okay, yeah, he's come out completely fine. See, how do we want to do? Do we want to do a V here? Is it a V we want? Do we want an? I can't remember if it's a. Yeah, I think we want a inside V. This bit's going to be predominantly blocked by recording equipment or whatever it is, or is it going to be dispatch? Yeah, maybe a dispatch radio or whatever I put on the console here. I'm not too sure yet. I'll continue that around. Okay, yeah, he's come out. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how he's come out. He's come out pretty alright. So now I just want to draw, or ink in, sorry, his hand, which is always the fun part. How do I want his hand to look? I think I might make his thumb straight, to be honest. Something like this. And then something like this. And then maybe sort this out here a little bit. So hand won't look that perfect because hands are a nightmare, but that's okay. I'll probably pull in the thumb just a little bit so it doesn't look so stumpy, but it looks alright. That's fine. That's alright. Okay, now because this is going to be one of our focal points, so I want to use the new brush I've got. I just want to sit there with the new brush right now, you know, and start just doing all this with the hair, adding in all these little finer details, or, you know, start doing indications of like the planes of the nose and like the shadows of the eyes, even shadows of like the cheeks. Basically allows me to do a little bit of an ink wash. But I can't, not yet. That's gonna be for oh, excuse me. Oh, there we go. It's gonna be for the next episode I work on. I'm gonna transition into using another brush so I can start using cross hatching to indicate better forms and make forms pop. So until then, it's gonna be more opaque lines. All right, now what I want to do here is draw in this sort of radio slash center console. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this, That sounds like it can be. I mean, adding in like the extra indications of like the planes of the face with cross hatching, it can take a little while longer. But there is a very famous poster artist, movie poster artist. I think he was the one who done all the posters for Star Wars. What he done was actually very sneaky, but it proved a big point. If you can make the hands and the face look like really realistic, or at least put a lot of effort into it, the rest of the composition doesn't really matter so much. I mean, as long as it doesn't look like completely goofy, but you can get away with a lot more because obviously it's the face and even the hands, because they're so expressionative, that we focus on. So the plan would be, when I do move into that brush, I'm going to be mainly using it only on things like the hands and the face, so it really won't add that much because I'm pretty comfortable predominantly with faces. So there's still a lot about the face I need to learn, but they are probably my strongest suit so far. Okay. Just a couple of cables there. Might add like a little sticker or something. And I'm just gonna add like a couple of little lines to indicate its overall form, like so. Alright, I do actually want to fill this border in black because for some reason today I've been painting a lot in grey, which you can do. There's no problem painting in grey, but if you just paint in grey and then don't transition slightly into black, it looks really weird. Okay, there's my pen. Right, okie dokie. I think now I just want to extend the seat belt down. I might actually, yeah, I think I can show an indication of the seat belt there. Ooh, actually I need to pull that back because hopefully I don't think I've made a boo-boo. I hope I haven't made a boo-boo because I notice he is sitting kind of high, which is a little annoying. So I may just quickly grab him, delete him, shift him down just a little bit. Maybe there. Maybe there. There we go. Because I feel like he was sitting a little bit too high there. Alright, now I think to be honest, I think that should be okay. That should be alright. We'll find out. Find out when I get to the end of the income process and it looks awful. Okay, that looks alright. Alright, let's just get this headrest in. That's not right. That's not right at all. Something more like that should do. Okay. Now the seat itself does not need to be perfect because it's not the seat we're really focusing on. It's mainly the three characters in the scene we're focusing on. So, and this is like the second or third time I've ever drawn a car interior. So, hey buddy, how you doing? Glad to see you've come back. How's your day going? Let's get this in. Well, as you can see, Guy, I've managed to finish that frame, and completely do that frame, all since about 8:30 this morning. I'm now going to try and get this frame done, and maybe get started on a sketch of that frame. Maybe. Oh, but yes, it's been a very busy morning, and I've been a lot faster today. Oh, my back. Give me 1 second though, I do just need to turn the television back on for my little dog, because I've just noticed he's sitting there in silence, and that's not fair. So, unfortunately, he does have to suffer with, I think I've put on the background 90s game show television, and it is god-awful and hysterically funny. I mean, watching a guy with pearly white teeth in a open flare shirt holding up a DVR camera and then going on about how it's picture perfect quality, it's hysterical to watch. I love watching 90s game shows. It's the hair. The hair and the mullet. Right. How dare you sleep in? Awful. Uno momento, please. There we go. 90s television back on for the dog. I don't know what they were just had on. I look like Wheel of Fortune. I don't know. They had Supermarket Sweep on earlier. Makes me laugh. They actually keep showing because we upgraded our internet to Virgin Media a couple of days yesterday? No, Saturday. We had a lovely guy install the Virgin box, a guy called Scott. Absolutely, just completely chill bloke. Just so laid back he could have fallen over, honestly. He was absolutely chill. My dog absolutely loved him. And every time there's a channel on the Virgin Media TV box called Challenge. And there's a show on there from the late 90s or early 90s called Bullseye. And my wife put it on just to see what the hell it was, and she was like, my god, it's a game show about darts. And I immediately recognized it because at some point in the 90s a serial killer ended up on the show. And I was looking at it again, oh my god, how every day I click on it because it shows every day, and I keep hoping one day I'm going to find the episode with that the serial killer appeared on. Very similar to Rodney Alcala, who appeared on, I think it was The Dating Game. So yeah, there was a serial killer who appeared on the British game show Bullseye. It's just so bizarre seeing it on television. Alright, let's see. We now need to get the rest of this console in, I think. Actually, I don't need to worry so much about this bit here. So how's your day going, Guy? What's your plan for the day? I've just noticed this radio's a little bit on the piss. But I need to ignore that because if I make everything line up perfectly, it actually makes it look kind of sterile. So I need to let my slight OCD brain in that matter chill out. Don't have OCD, by the way. I mean, in art I have OCD, but in general life I don't. Which is kind of ironic because I clean. Okay. I'm actually going to add in some cast shadows for his collar. Like that. Right, is the... Why have I added a really thick line there? That makes no sense. That's distracting. I don't like distractions. There we go. Something like that. Right, I'm just going to add a thick line all the way around this detective. Or agent. Finished all my work so I can relax. Very nice. Are you, if you don't mind me asking, what was your work? Was it some form of school work? Was it work? And what's your plan when it comes to relaxing? You got anything big planned? There we go. Like schoolwork. Ooh, fun. Fun. Let's see. Let's get another. There we are. Sorted. So what year school are you in, or are you in a college? There we go, there we go. Okay, I think the detective is inked and as interesting as I can make him. Finu might raise his eyebrow a little bit. Not his eyebrow, sorry, his eyeball. Yeah, there we go. Just gonna stay and watch you, then watch the new Boston Marathon doc. And you're in college. Oh, fair enough. So I did actually recently watch the Jeffrey Dahmer show on Netflix, Monster, and that was wow. I mean, Evan Peters done a fantastic job of playing Dahmer. And I hope to God, I mean, did you know the director of Monster, the story of Jeffrey Dahmer, is also the director of Glee? Figure that one out. How can he go from an awful show like Glee to making probably one of the most fantastic true crime dramas I've ever seen? That it makes no sense. It reminded me so much of Mindhunter, which I wish David Fincher would go back to, but he clearly burnt out on it. And it just makes no sense. It honestly makes no sense. And I hope to God they end up following someone else, because obviously they showed towards the end snippets of John Wayne Gacy and the Butcher of Plainfield, Ed Gein. And I would love for them to do one on Ed Gein, because I find Ed Gein to be so just strange. Absolutely strange. But yes, director of Glee created that somehow. Sorted. There we go. So what your English, I will learn to speak it. What you studying for in college? What's your plans after you finally go through that system? Let's do something like that. Oh, actually, I know. I have seen police vehicles. I mean, these are more FBI vehicles, but I have seen police vehicles have like a little button here which contacts HQ. Again, this is more of a an FBI vehicle, but screw it. I'm the artist. I can add what I want. Maybe, yeah, he must be better in different genres. I mean, or let's be honest, he got a massively successful TV show with Glee, and then just thought, you know, this is going to make me a lot of money. I might as well just keep going with it. But hey, turns out people who make utter crap can also make fantastic work. History, English, and maths. Fair enough. So, can help you a little bit of history. English, I can barely speak it, and I'm dyslexic, so I can't write it, even though I love books. And maths. I mean, my wife is the one who asked me to do any maths in the house, but even then it's a bit hit or miss. I get her to do the English, and then I do normally do the history. But my history is limited, let's be honest. Unless it happened between like 1910 to 2010 and it involves some form of killer. I don't really know much else. I know absolutely nothing about British history, like virtually nothing. I find it boring. I'm much more interested in things like the Civil War and stuff like that. I don't know. I think it's like that with any country, though, isn't it? No matter where you're from, you're more interested in other countries' history. Alright, I think now... Now I need to remember to put this guy's face facing more in this direction. But the detective there is done. I'm gonna basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and complete all the inking on this side first. Excuse me. So that way I can get around. Oh, we got another Lex Dishlick, brother. Honestly, if you were to ever see the scripts for Beyond the Dark, the way I actually get away with doing it is things that I can write like semi decently. I've still got a lot to learn when it comes to general writing standards, but I can write okay. But the way I do it is I actually write phonetically, and then to get used to the rhythms, I will I'll read it so many times to the point of where it's almost like a song. That's how I managed to get around it. Let's add in a secondary layer for this window. Because one thing I've always noticed when I used to draw cars before is I would never add in a secondary reinforcement for the window, and by doing that it actually makes it look a lot more realistic. And now see, we want to add in a central locking system, and we also want to have the door curved down like so before we start doing anything else. And now we add this in here, this in here. Now there will normally be the door handle. I'm just going off the memory of what the inside of my wife's car's like. I don't drive, but I've got a good memory when it comes to these sort of things. It's really bizarre when you really start taking art seriously. You do try to, you'll find yourself looking at the world or looking at things and actually breaking it down in your head, figuring out its forms and stuff like that. And it's great to do. It does make you look a bit or sound a bit pompous. I won't lie. But no, it's nice to be able to sit there and actually be able to look at things and go, oh, I think I know how to draw that. I can figure out its proportions by sight, and then all this other lovely stuff. Don't get me wrong, it'll never be a perfect. I've not got a eidetic memory or photographic memory as it's classed as. Actually, no, other way around. Eidetic memory is a scientific term. But I do remember some things. So for example, in here, I'm actually going to put in a randomly little bit of like cushioning, like cushioned padding. And then I'm going to make this kind of like, you know what I mean? Like you see on some doors, there's like I don't know what it's called. Basically, it's like a little shelf. It's normally where people put all the crap in their car, like Twix wrappers and whatever else. But by adding that in, it does. And as you can see, immediately, just like that, the door has immediately popped, and it looks like a car door. The only thing I need to do now is actually to add in the cut lines, which you'd see from obviously when it's manufactured. So I need to do this. Now this section here, we're actually seeing technically the interior side of the windscreen. And obviously there would be like a rubber section there to keep it in place. And then maybe it would curve like this to connect in with the roof. I'm not too sure, I won't lie. Left or right side Twix. Ooh, I sort of just I sort of open the top of the wrapper and then just bite into both. My wife hates watching me eat food because I do it all completely wrong. So I didn't break down. Well, when I used to eat pizza with a knife and fork. It's really, I've got like really sensitive fingertips. I don't know why. I think it's because, to be honest, my eyesight isn't the greatest. I wear glasses, but my eyesight, when I actually got them tested, I have 1/4 of the vision of a standard human being. So it was so bad that the optometrist said to me, "You didn't drive here. Like, please tell me you didn't drive here." It's like, no, I can't drive. Thankfully, he went, good, because if you had, you went driving out of here without glasses. So yeah, my eyesight is genuinely bad. I think I'm just above the threshold of technically being classed as legally partially blind, or partially sighted, literally by absolute pubic hair. But because of that, my hearing and my eyesight is not my eyesight. My touch is. I don't know about the touch, but my hearing is definitely better than my eyesight. Let's just say that. I think the touch is just me being weird, like everything else. But yeah, if I get anything on my fingers that feels strange, it actually makes me feel sick. Oh, I can't remember the numbers of mine. I think my right eye is weaker. So I've got astigmatism. Unlike my wife, who has got who's got 20/20 vision. I'm just gonna add in a couple of decals. Not decals, but interesting forms here, just to give it a little bit extra shape. There we go. Alright, so this is where the the perspex glass, or pane of glass, however you wish to call it, is going to be for... Actually, I need to not do that just yet. I need to actually put in the seatbelt column. Something like this, if I recall. It's something like that, and then that can continue forward. That can continue forward. I'll do that. And then there will be a big gap here, which on the vehicle it's a lot smaller, but let's be honest, no one's gonna notice. Alright, now let's put in the center console here. I want to go for slightly rounded form. I probably will put a cup of coffee in there or something, just to add a little bit of interest. Drop that down. Again, these are all things I don't need to add. I don't need to add a cup of coffee. I don't need to do this. I could, if I was, you know, much better at inking, I could black out most of this and just use it so it's, you know, really dark and everything like that. But one, I'm not good at doing blackout inking stuff, unfortunately. That's something I do want to get better at. And two, I like adding little details. It makes me happy. There we are. There we go. It does kind of look like a big red button. Push this button to eject the convict. That's alright. I'll shade it, or so actually I'll put in like a cross hatch around the edge. What part is this? This is so basically this is so if we're following the sequential storytelling, this is right towards the end of the episode. So obviously this is when Mark's been booked in. There's the shot I was working on yesterday of him being taken to a cell, in a prison cell, them talking about him figuring out what he's done, interview, him confessing, him agreeing to go with them to find the bombs, being led to the police car, which is then going to take him to Red Dog Road. And then this is just a sort of basically it's a not an insert shot, but like an in-between shot between them going to Red Dog Road and arriving. But this section, instead of just having the car pull up at Red Dog Road, I'm actually going to show a close-up of his hands being attached to the waist shackle, which is a very important part for the ending. But I just need to get all this section here inked, which will take a little bit of time because I decided for some reason I wanted to do a big car interior shot because I've done a sketch of one. I don't think no, that's a lie. I have done an interior shot of a car. I've done it with Kim Dae Han and Daegu Fire. Yeah, this was this literally just right before that incident where he gets taken down. That line, there we go. That doesn't look right to me for some reason. There we go, because it wasn't. That's better. Right, okay. Let's just thicken out the hand, actually. And I do actually want to pull the thumb in just ever so slightly. Alright, the hand's fine. The hand's probably a little bit squiffy. Hands are still tricky for me. Alright, okay. Now I wanted to do the perspex glass first. Now here I'm gonna add in like steel rivets because I remember seeing, I think it was on Cops, or it might have been that Chuck Lorre comedy, Mike and Molly. I remember seeing the back of that. So what's the panel after the Shackles one? Is it going to be him back? No, the one after that is going to be them. It's going to be a series of triple shots. So basically take these panels here, and this is going to be the size of them. It's going to be 3 panels of that size. The car pulling up, walking into the forest, and then I think it'll either be Mark then tackling this officer here on the left to the ground, and it's going to be, or I'm going to have him tackle the driver. I haven't quite decided which one's which yet. And then the last 2 frames will be the officer pulling out his firearm and then shooting. After that, I will probably I can probably add in like a final frame to quickly add in, you know, any like minor details of afterward, like for the afterword. But yeah, so we're very close to getting all of the frames in. So getting these all rendered will probably take about 2 hours a piece. I mean, especially on these ones. On this one, probably not so much. Depends on how I decide to do the lighting. This one might take a little bit of time. This one shouldn't take that much time. That one won't take much time, nor will that one. This one might. This one potentially might. It depends if I want to do like a really intense like shadow cutting off, you know, this section of the car and making it look like quite intense. This one potentially, because there are going to be a lot of lighting above them. From the, I can't remember what they're called, certain ceiling lights, I can't remember what they're called, like fluorescent lights, or whatever they're called. So there's going to be very minimal shadows here, but yeah, I can imagine this one probably being the one that's going, these two, sorry, going to be the ones that are going to take the longest to render. But once we get into the rendering stage, it'll be fun. That's where things get a little bit more fun for me. Actually, that's a lie. I like doing the inking, but it does take its time. And saying one day, I don't know when, maybe 3 or 4 years. The lights that, yeah, the lights that buzz and then blow up and then stink of burning plastic, which I've experienced at work on many occasions. But yeah, sometime in the future, I don't know when, probably 3 or 4 years, unfortunately. Nah, 3 or 4 years should be a good amount of time. I would like to teach people how to draw as well. But until I've got a rock solid foundation, and I actually know what I'm doing half the time instead of just winging it, then we'll have to wait. Alright, now the glass itself, I can use a render technique. So you're gonna stream? Yeah, I will be streaming the rendering process. Because that'll be a lot more people are more interested in seeing, like, because when you see it like this, it looks fine. His shoulder is annoying. Don't leave that frame. Leave the frame. So yeah, people do obviously enjoy seeing these things because obviously you see it go from nothing to this. But it's when you really start to add in the color that it does make everything pop. And then I've got to decide, you know, so for these long distance shots, I've done cell shading, which is where like the edges are very sharp and whatever else. And then for these close up shots, I've done a sort of mixture of the two, hard and soft edges. So it all comes down to I have to decide which ones need to be soft cell shaded and which ones need to be soft shaded. So I would go back and redo these two. I mean, probably not Mark, so he's came up pretty well, but I probably would go back and do his because I've gotten better at doing face painting recently. But it's not worth it. I'm just gonna leave that how it is. It looks fine as is. If I were to go back and do it again, I'd know I'd try and I'll probably screw it up, or I'll try and make it look, you know, as realistic as I can because I've got a bad habit and things like that. Right, let's just finish up this section here. I'm actually going to try and sort out the the police officer. Now I've got him looking straight at us, which we don't want. I need him looking more this way, so I need to try and turn his head just ever so slightly, which is gonna prove to be a little bit tricky. But I think I can put it. Oh no, I might need to wipe his face and then start again, to be honest, because it's putting me off a little bit. So I'm going to wipe that there, and I'm actually going to draw in a Loomis head, because he should actually be looking like this in this direction. So I'm going to just sketch in this like so. I'll probably rough in some guidelines so I know what I'm doing. And then his ear should be there, the other ear should be there. Let's say cheekbones here, that, and there's that should make it easier for me to see. Okay, so I want him to be like this. We go for kind of square features, square jaw. I might go for a soft nose, however, because we haven't really gotten a close-up of this guy yet. So this is where I can start playing around with the features. So I definitely want him to have a moustache. So I watched a lot of Cops about a month ago, and so many of the police officers had the same military crew cut. It was insane. Like they all look the same, every single one. Alright, so something like that, and then something like this. I've got a bad habit of making the facial hair flat. I don't know why I keep doing that. I need to make it look a little bit more rounded. Now I am going to add in a cast shadow there for the nose a little bit, adding a slight indication of the planes, and then maybe a slight indication of the plane there. Just add a little bit more, actually more here, a little bit more interest in the face. No, that's too wrong. No, don't want to go too heavy there. Right, we need to go in and like that, and maybe like this. Now let's see, we will see the ear, but only a partial side of it before it goes into the jaw, and then into this real chunky chin. Actually, let me just make sure that chin is at the right depth. Yeah, it should be about here. Something like that. Make him a man's man. There we go. When are you going to make the next part of your Webtoons comic? I actually plan to work on it this weekend. There we go. Oh, that's a bit wrong. Let's try again. Oh god, it's always this side of the bloody jaw I screw up with. It should be here, but that doesn't look right. Yeah, so this weekend I plan to continue working on it. I've got a few ideas for it, and I've actually got a very long weekend, as I'm sure you know. We've got the bank holiday on Monday. Oh, and on Saturday, my wife is staying with her mum overnight, so it's just going to be me and the dog. So I will probably spend the day and night working on my horror comic. Oh, my music has stopped. Right, yeah, he's coming out looking a lot better. You got live stream or chilling. I might like. Oh, my mic keeps doing that. I only think I need to set up the. Oh yes, that's why it's coming for the bands. I might live stream it, to be honest, because obviously I'll be able to live stream with all my American viewers later at night as well. So I might live stream a chill stream. But I will take obviously some time to myself as well. So I've got a lot of films I want to watch and chill with. But now, chances are I'll live stream. Right, let's get that on. Like so. That lip there. That there. Yeah, my viewer base, actually, I should be able to tell you if I pull up my statistics. My statistics, it is, let's see, YouTube Studio, Analytics, Audience, let's see. Yeah, so 36.9% of my viewers are from the United States, 3.9 are from the United Kingdom, 1.6 from India, 0.8 from Sweden, 0.7 from Canada. And obviously it does keep going from there. But yeah, so Canada, Sweden, India, United Kingdom, and the United States are the top 5. They've even got some viewers from Japan, apparently. Yeah, it's predominantly why the live streams are more quiet, because obviously most of the viewers are from the United States. But I don't mind, to be honest. I like the fact that it's just something they can either pop in and watch if they decide to, if they're having a late night, or if they decide to watch it after the fact, they can. Oh yeah. Yes, they love their true crime channels. That's a little bit too a razor head. Let's sort that out. Where would his hairline? Yeah, no, his hairline would start there. And it would curve here, curve here, curve here, curve here. Right. There we go. Let's make it. Let's make it a little bit shorter. Excuse me. That's now too short. He now looks like he's missing half of his head. Something like this will do. There, that's better. Alright, let's actually add in some shadow indication and connect those up a little bit just to make it an easier read. And then maybe a little bit there. Okay, that's better. All right, now I think once I've got the rest of the stuff in, like the hand and all that, actually I do want to add in maybe a name tag here. Like that. And maybe I want to add in a, I can't remember what they're called, these things that go on the shoulder, just to make it look a little bit more official. And then I think I might also add a slight hint of there being a jurisdiction badge on the side of his shirt here before I start adding in all the creases, and also do that. Okay. Now the seat belt itself is actually going to be covering up a large majority on this side, which will help me out, thankfully. And now the hard part is actually getting the muscles in to indicate, yeah, something like that. And if I make sure the hand is big enough, that should be okay. Right, need to go here like this. I think I just need to make sure it looks like it's curving in. Yeah, that'll do, that'll do. Foreshortened arms are not something I've studied near enough, so I'm not going to stress too much. Let's just start getting the hand in. Yeah, it's kind of the impression I wanted to go with. As I say, this is set in rural Kentucky, so you know, I wanted to go for that sort of everyone's a man's man sort of look. Okay. Actually, let's also add, this is left hand, so why not add a wedding ring? Just gotta remind myself that this man now has a wedding ring, if we ever do a slight close-up shot of his hands. Otherwise he's gonna be married in one shot and divorced in another. Alright, something like this for the hand. Just nice bit of indication. He's kind of got gorilla fingers going on here, but it's close enough. So. Yeah, I think it came out pretty well. So I've seen foreshortened arms in this regard. It's literally just a line and then this part of the arm, forearm muscle. I might see if I can just black out ink this section here, and then what I'll do is I can always render out the, no, that doesn't work, that looks horrid. Okay. No, that looks alright, that's fine, that's fine. If I dwell on it too much, I'll end up doing something really weird with it. So let's just move on to the wheel. something like this. Actually, no, it'll be more that, that, and that. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, that's better. That'd be better. And now I can get the thumb underneath. Okay. Excuse me. Alright, that wheel is a little bit on the piss, so I need to extend that arc a little bit more. That's going to annoy me. Gonna be like that? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Okay. Would it be something like that? Yeah, still a little bit off, but again, I ain't gonna dwell too much. Okay. So as long as most of the composition looks okay, I ain't gonna stress too much about little details, because again, you're really seeing it from afar. You know, you're seeing it like that, so. But these do add much more interesting shots instead of it all being like this. You know, there actually is a real sense of composition here now. Much more interesting shots, which I much prefer. Alright, I am going to quickly go to the toilet though, because I've been drinking a lot of coffee and it's starting to bite me in the arse. So I will be right back in about 1 minute. Right, I am back. Okay. Good boy, Gino. 15 minutes, Bubba. Alright, 15 minutes and we'll get you up. Oh. So what do you normally do with your chill down time then, Guy? Do you watch a lot of documentaries? Do you play games? Do you read? What's your usual chill down like? this needs to go through here, and this needs to go through here, and this needs to go like this. No. Okay, I think these guys are looking a lot better. Excuse me. Okay, something like this. Right, what I will do now is I'll add extra thickness to the hand and steering wheel to really show this is right in front of the camera. Do I just want to do the outline? Yeah, let's just do the outline. Okay. Okay. I haven't got too much to add here now. Just need to show the side part of the car. Maybe part of the door, not too much. Don't need to go into too much detail here because it's being pretty much forced out by perspective. So I can just do something like this, just to indicate there is still a door here. But it's not that much of a vital piece of information. Just something like that. Actually, let's see. Yeah. So I have actually got the... No, I'll keep that how that is. That's not really a detail anyone will notice. That'll save me having to faff about with that. Okay. I think now I just need to focus on really getting Mark in place. Where's the... Is that the border there? No, that's a different detail. What's this? Okay, they're just fine. Okay, they can go there. Let's put that in. I'm just going to copy that and then mirror it just so I can see how it's looking now. Hopefully the head of the driver isn't askew, and I haven't spotted it because of the angle. A little bit askew. A little bit askew. That's fine, I know how to fix that. That's actually an easy fix. It's not as bad as it could be. Because I've had it where faces have gone completely off the edge. I've got a really, really dodgy angle, so what I need to really do something like that. I was recently researching Wellington del Oliveira de Rio de. I probably completely just screwed up the pronunciation. You're gonna have to explain to me whom that be. It's not a name I've heard of. Let's flip this again so now I can see how askew his head is. That's looking better. His eye is a little bit higher, so just gonna go pop and like that. Yeah, that's better. That's okay. That's fine. A little bit of rendering and he'll pop. Okay. Right, let's start getting in the background, which will be slightly less detailed, but that's okay. So the focal point will be Mark, but I don't want Mark to be obviously heavily detailed. Oh, fair enough. When did that one happen? Was that a recent one? Was that one that happened in the past 10 years or so? That should do for his moustache, because we're further away, so we don't want to go too much in terms of hair detail, and then we will actually make sure we keep his rounded face. Yeah, that's better. Maybe just a little indication of nose direction. Yeah, I'm liking that. Now go in, and now we start adding in indication of his hair, and then his ears should be like this. Yeah. Oh, I love it when you find a method to do simple faces and they just work. It's such a nice feeling, because it's easier to do them. I'm so looking forward to be able to make this like a regular thing that I can do. Let me just make sure his... I have adjusted the collar for his jumpsuit quite a few times to all these different shapes, but it's because I haven't studied it very well. It was a Brazilian copycat. Oh, lovely. I haven't heard of that one before. So what got you so fascinated in that particular subject then? Because I know you mentioned Hungerford and Dunblane before. Oh, so it's a pretty substantial one then. Fair enough. So I can't remember which particular case really sent me down the rabbit hole. I remember Ubum Kun just fascinating me because of how just much of a complete and utter war zone he turned Yuyong County into. Suyama Massacre was another one, I guess because of the way Mutsu Toi just managed to plan it so well. But I don't know. It was, obviously there was one case, I guess, that really spurred my interest in the subject as well. As I say, unfortunately, with the, well, not unfortunately, it's actually a good thing this has happened, that there has been a decline in serial killers. But unfortunately, with the decline in serial killers, there has been then an increase in people that commit these cases. It's almost as if the limelight and media attention killers used to get in the 80s have now been pushed onto people that commit these acts. It's very bizarre. It's obviously being someone like Bundy or Dahmer in today's world is a hell of a lot harder than it would have been back then. Doesn't mean it hasn't been. Unfortunately, it has been, but it now requires a completely new breed of killer. So in turn, it's almost as if these people that would have traditionally become serial killers in the 80s have now become people that commit acts like Dunblane. It's fascinating, but it's incredibly sad. Yeah, there is a lot of lack of information about it. Well, not so well. There's a lack of information in traditional English, English sources. There is actually a YouTuber I've started watching recently called Kyoto Roboto, and he's a English YouTuber, but he speaks and can write and understand Japanese, and because of that, it's given him so much more. Such a bigger wealth of information when it comes to Japanese cases than any other channel I've ever seen. And I'm so jealous of that he can speak and understand Japanese for that fact, because I'm sure if I could understand and speak South Korean, I would have been able to find a lot more resources on Woo. And yeah, Mutsu Toi was basically the original to a point. Well, actually, no. I guess the original, if you really wanted to think about it, would be. It's the guy I'm currently doing the video on, the Yoshiwara Slash, because it's very much the same story in that regard. Just obviously in the Edo period instead. I've actually forgotten his name. I'm sure his name will come back to me. Hiro Sazazamo, yeah, Hiro something. Horozumon? Hiro Horozumon? Or Horozumon? I think that's what his name was. I think that's what his name was. I know his last name was really weird. Yeah, I guess that would be correct way then, yeah. Well, at least we know for now. I'm sure there's an earlier case somewhere. Alright, let's thicken this line here to separate foreground from background. Okay. Yeah, this is nearly done. So the background doesn't need to be anywhere near as detailed. Otherwise it will hurt the eyes. However, by making it less detailed, it actually does draw the eyes in as well. So I want to make sure that mark is a thick outline. You notice the amount of young... No, to be honest, it's not something I've kept my eye on recently. I've been so undated with all of these cases I have to get through that I've purposely avoided reading anything new. Otherwise, I know what happened at mine. I mean, to be honest, it's kind of what happened with Mark Sawaf. I read a new case, it fascinated me, and I dropped all the others to quickly do this one. So I try to avoid reading up anything new until I've made a decent dent in my case list, which is sitting at around 700, I think. Which I won't get done in my lifetime, let's be honest. Let's be honest there. I'm thinking about adding something like that. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I think apart from sorting out this side of the car, this is actually done. So it's been like every week. Jesus. Well, I'm not surprised, unfortunately. It is a big issue. That sort of violence is a big issue in Brazil. Some of the videos I've seen come from there is just absolutely horrendous. It's kind of why I'm also fascinated with Japanese crime, because even though Japanese crime rate is extremely low, there is a word for it that they had, which effectively means, you know, a level of explosive violence. When something does happen, it's not just your standard issue violent crime. It's so extreme that it just shocks the country, because obviously the social pressures so many people are under in that country, you know, the strong work ethic and everything else. I mean, I'm no expert, so please don't get me wrong, but from what I understand and what I have read, it's a very hard culture to live in and have pressure put upon you, especially if you're a much younger person. Alright, I think that's done. So when it comes to all this stuff in the background, I'll either do a gradient, or I'll more likely do like a real abstract blurry trees or something of the ilk. I'm just gonna add in a couple of sketch lines to show the curvature of the back window. Always fun to add. And then maybe a thing like that. Oh, I just realized Mark's not wearing a seatbelt. Oh, screw it, who cares? I'm not screwing around. He's in the perfect position, and I know I could have it there and go like that, but you know what, no. There we go. Alright, that is another frame down. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 frames to date, and well, 2 of them were completing previous frames. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there we go. But the past 2 frames have been, to be honest, quite a lot of heavy detail. More detail than I would normally put in. But I just thought, do you know what? If I'm going to do like a big multi-frame one for a part of an act, I might as well add in some really interesting shots. And I'm really happy with that. This came out really well. It looks really cool. I'm quite happy with that. So yeah, for the last one, I can actually, I mean, I've got half an hour and I can very easily get this done in half an hour. All I need to do is actually pull up a reference image of waist restraints. So I should use reference a lot more in my drawings, to be honest. I really should do, because that's how you learn. Let's see, waist restraints. Let's see, police. Let's see, man cuffed to the waist. That's what I need. I just need a... No, it's all behind his hands. Oh, sorry, behind his back. Let's see. I can probably, to be honest, I probably could just put, oh, there is that. Ah, here we go. This is what we want. Here we go. Found an image. It's not the best, camera angle, I won't lie, but it'll do. So something is simple. Right, okay, so I can always adjust this if I want to do it myself and twist him in perspective. But where has he gone to the bottom? God's sake, I hate it when Sketchbook Pro does this. Admittedly, there are a lot of frames here, so I can't be too angry. Oh, has it done again? Stop doing it. Go to the top. No, go to the top. There you go. Okay. Alright. Okay. So yeah, according to the report, Mark Sawaf somehow... Well, actually, no, he didn't, but he managed to tackle the officer to the ground, and with his hands restrained like this, apparently he was reaching for the officer's firearm, which they don't know if it did or did not have a safety clasp on the holster. And yeah, I mean, a little bit suspect there. So let's see. So if I'm going to do a close-up, we're more going to be focusing on this area here, aren't we? So all I really need to do is if I just sketch in the chest off frame, then I can kind of get a good idea of the general size of this. So let's say that's the chest, and then double it again will get us to the bottom of the pelvis. And then around here. Okay, so we need to operate from about this part of the body here, don't we? So let's say the shoulder is here. Even restraint pun. Oh well, yeah, 100%, but I don't know, it was just the fact that the gun never officially left the holster and the officer told the other one to shoot him. It was, I don't know, I would argue it was a use of extreme force, especially when they had tasers. But nah, hey, whatever else, you know. To be honest, Mark shouldn't have been placing bombs around the Kentucky forest, so, you know. So he didn't care about anyone else. Okay, so that's going to be something like that for the wrist. Something like that for the wrist. And then we need to put an elbow there, put an elbow there. And then these arms are actually coming forward ever so slightly. Yeah. Yeah, very much guess so it does. Something like you, and then the hands are in this sort of shape. And there's a thumb like that. And then what I'll do is once I've sketched in like a rendition of the reference image, I like to then, excuse me, modify it completely. I mean, I could, if I wanted to be super lazy, trace it then modify it, but you don't really learn much if you do it that way. If you trace and then you deconstruct, you can learn a lot, like a hell of a lot. But if you just trace and then modify, you slowly pick up little things, but not much. Not much. Oh, no, I do not want to connect that to my lovely finished picture of the car. Oh, wait. Oh, that's that, okay. Okay, let's do that. And then let's do that. Okay. And so I do need to do more studies of what's known as active learning, which is a common study method in art and, well, in pretty much everything really. It's where you draw a subject and you purposely make sure you write down notes, then you deconstruct it as many times as you can, trace over the subject, and then try to draw the subject from memory. It's very tiring, but it's the most powerful way to learn. I just don't do it very often because it's so tiring. So if I could nap during the evening and spend all day studying art, then I certainly would do it. But I've got to work in the evenings, and I can't go to work tired because I've done that before and I do a shit job. Okay, so there'll be some form of clasp here. And now we need to start sketching in the... Now, Mark was actually quite an athletic bloke. Now, by athletic, I mean he was shredded to hell. So we need to go in like this. So I want to add a little bit more emphasis to the man's arms. Oh, I need to remember he's also wearing a jumpsuit, so I don't actually want to show too much of his arms. Actually, instead, let's do this. That could have been a bad cock up there if I didn't catch that. Okay, so it'd be something like this. Alright, now I'm going to do another refined sketch for the hands. So thumb. Thumb's like that, isn't it? Yeah. And it's thicker here. It's like that. And then his knuckle is like here, which means the finger's curled in like here. As it curled in, right, it's curled in slightly under the thumb, but not by that much. It's more curled in at a less steep angle. Curls in and around the tip of the thumb, really. So it's more here, if anything. Just gonna say that, okay. So it's more like this, and then if we actually make the thumb a little shorter. Maybe something more like that. And then there's a second knuckle that does pop out. Oh yeah, I've seen this hand posture before. Okay, so that's gonna be a little bit rougher now, but I know that hand pose, so I can actually do a more interesting version of that. Now I actually am tempted to zoom in even further and literally just have the frame be there. It's an extreme close-up. I think that actually might be better than what I've currently got, which is fine. All I've literally just got to do is just carry on how I'm doing and just zoom in because I'm still in the sketch stage. But then this way I can now add in like a undershirt, and then I'll do that. Okay. Right, now the fun part, which is doing chain links. Always fun to do. And then it connects into the center section. and around his waist. Alright, now this one, he's got a slight bend into his thumb, and then it extends from the thumb joint to the side palm of the hand, and that's obviously where the cuff is connected. And from there, we've got the stretchy part of the pad, and then it goes into the index finger, so that means the hand goes up in this sort of angle. Yeah. And we've got one knuckle here, which means it goes like that, and then another knuckle here, and then the rest of the fingers are pretty much obscured. So that actually makes our job a tad bit easier. Because one thing I do when it comes to drawing poses from memory, I actually forget to draw hands where you can only see a couple of the fingers because the rest are obscured. It's just which is funny because, you know, you think that'd be the easiest ones to draw because you see less of the fingers, but it's kind of like when it's like when you ask people who have never drawn before to draw a cup. They always traditionally draw a, you know, cup like this. No matter who you ask, there's always a cup handle on the right, and then even when you tell them to sit down and draw a cup while looking at one, regardless if you can't see the handle, they will still put the handle in. It's such a common thing. It's strange. It's obviously that's the iconography we see when we think of like coffee cups and whatnot. So yes, I do need to recall and remember not to hands with all fingers sometimes. Right, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm now just gonna zoom this in and just do a proper close-up. There you go. So there you go. That's how I will traditionally use a reference. So I won't do like a perfect carbon copy, but I'll use it to give me a strong idea, and then from here I can then add things, take away things, and whatnot. So yeah, it gets me from point A to point B much faster. So for example, I used a reference to draw the police car, even though the police car was a slightly different angle. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so even though the police car was a slightly different angle, I could still turn it in my head, almost in like a 3D space. It still came out looking a little bit more like a coupe instead of a Crown Victorian or Crown Victoria, whatever it's called. But who cares? Who cares? Alright, let's see. Well, it's 1:45. There's plenty of time for me to actually ink this, because I would like tomorrow, if I can, to get into doing some rendering, because I've been doing inking now for 2 days and it's getting a little tiring. So I also need to go to the shop after I've walked my little dog as well, because I fancy a drink and I need to get tobacco because I'm nearly out. Okay. Knuckle needs to go about here, I think. I'm getting myself a drink. Probably grab something for my wife as well, and then gonna grab some Benson and Hedges. Yeah, I am a smoker. I have cut down a bit, but I do smoke. I know I shouldn't, but it's kind of a easier way, because I don't drink alcohol, but I do smoke. So out of the two vices, I mean, to be honest, I don't think either of them are one's healthier than the other. I think they're both just as lethal. But you know, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. Actually, I just realised, I haven't had anything happen on my phone, have I? No, okay, my phone's quiet. I thought sometimes I'll get messages and I haven't realised I put my phone on silent. Okay. No problem, bud. Okay. Welcome back. Let's say I'll be ending the stream soon. Say it's currently 6 minutes to 2. But I would like to try to ink all of this if I can in that time, which I don't think I'll be able to do because there is a lot there's a lot of chains. So what I'm gonna do instead, I'm gonna ink this hand so that's ready for me in the morning. Yeah, we're getting there with the chain. I want to add one underneath this part of the waist here so then it kind of gets lost underneath the fabric, because that'll add a nice amount of overlap, which always adds a nice amount of interest. So here I'm just gonna add in the wrinkly part of the hand. Let's see, the knuckles about there. It should actually just be like this, shouldn't it, actually? Yeah, because if I had an extra part, it would be an extra long finger. We don't want that, because now look creepy as sin. And then I can just go... like that. And then just do... that. Oh, no. That. What do you think I do for work? Have a guess. Like that. That thumb is real chonky. Let's reduce the size of the chonk. No, not art-based at all. I have a part-time evening job. That just helps towards with the bills and whatever else. I am a... I'm an evening cleaner. I'm a janitor, basically. Find it quite therapeutic, though. It's quite nice. Or custodian, whatever you'd prefer. Yeah, so it can be a pretty easy job. The place where I work is relatively easy. Yeah, the pay's actually pretty decent. plus it's you're not supposed to, but it's nice because when everyone leaves, which is normally within 15 minutes of me arriving, I can just put my headphones in and listen to stuff. It's actually where I get ideas for a lot of my cases or ideas for a lot of shots I want to do, to be honest. So, and if you're, because where I work is, oh, there we go. It's pretty close to home. Yeah, and if you're not squeamish about cleaning up after certain things, so yeah, it's actually relatively easy. I predominantly go between either heavy metal, or new metal, to things like I even like to listen to a lot of Delta and Texas blues, Chicago blues, that sort of era. So, you know, Howlin' Wolf, Muddy Waters, to then even further back to like Son House, Robert Johnson, Blind Willie Johnson, that sort of lot. And then I've also got a love for Appalachian country, which is more dark country. It's, you know, not Nashville crap. It's more intense. People like Tyler Childers and Nolan Taylor, and Drayton Farley. They've got some absolutely amazing songs. So yeah, it's sort of like folk metal. It's quite a large range. Anything with an instrument, basically. It all depends on what I'm in the mood for. Sometimes I'll sit there and I want to just, you know, blast out listening to Nirvana, or other nights it might be Slipknot. Other nights it might be, you know, Son House. Or Lightning Hopkins. It really depends on what tickles my fancy. Ah, you're a Scottish boy. It's not the first Scottish lad I've ever met in my life. I've actually got a good buddy of mine who's a Scot. He is absolutely poetic in his vulgarity, and I absolutely adore them. Alright, it's 2 o'clock, so I'm literally just going to put in a last part of that line, and I'm just going to thicken out this part of the sleeve. There we go. Alright, tomorrow I will come back and I'll finish that up, but that's already looking more interesting than the reference, more cinematic, and the clothing has definitely added more interest as well. So yeah, I missed the accent sound kind of. What do you mean you got the Scottish accent's great? You could say the most vulgar things and somehow make them sound almost refined. Which one's the tablet cable? Is that tablet cable? Yeah. Oh. Alright, well, that is our work done for today. We've managed to do, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4 3/4 frames in total, so that's actually 2 days of work there. My tablet cable is tangled up in my headphones. Yes, Juno, I can hear you with your tennis ball. I know what time it is, buddy. Oh, but I think now it is time for me to put my stuff away. And I will, oh, my neck. Oh, be back tomorrow. So thank you guys for joining, and anyone else who was potentially listening in. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I'm signing off to